hoel jish ben hijenda hui do ben hijenda hui nanigi ni hitene lenigi yen hije yalti hoishi dat ye the hunting no babel ta hoel jishigi hot in hilta hoel jish e kunzade bahanet the dobe yeltio in hilta hoel jish lenko oko adot aho e quite given ye asa nasi link to this benachek ho shaho igi twonje ho one city that I don't under court nas cargent yan nas large ho one na has arge enashni to this and so on the never kaya car dot orchid the quick or she kaya the naked bit there's the ben and then hot in the net need plenty ben how does the name ben hit dodgy a home you go go Honza go edition and so additional go but not shaho I been not the last so than the neighbor national don't have twin his own question I don't await not or cheap cut ne die ho one national dollars now blow she was in public district now Haitian that cheap of the legal Haiti ho one national dollars and so additional but it was in the Niki ho Hanana Street on the Ashada now it's near ho this is not just so just like all this been such now that's all in a job but be ho wait near and on the snow and so on the snow it's other than the bench Hanana Street or the Hojana thing.
Shanella, thank you for that beautiful prayer. Always good to hear a prayer like that this morning. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed on to the next item on the agenda. But before I do, I would like to remind people who are listening in to please mute your phone if you're not speaking. If you're not muting your phone, we will obviously call you out, and we don't want to do that. So if you could just please make sure that your phone is muted. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and move down to the next item on the agenda, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials. We do have 3 members of the Law and Order Committee who are present. Do we have any other delegates who are on the line?
You have Vice Chair Smith online?
Daniel So on the call.
Good morning, Shijado. Honorable Raymond Smith and Honorable Daniel So, welcome to the Law and Order Committee. So with that, committee members, we have 2 delegates who are currently on the line with us at this time. We'll go ahead and call upon the presenters. Can I ask which presenters are currently on the line?
Good morning. This is Vice Chair Smith. I am doing a presentation on number 5, item B, and I have Michael Chi from the Navajo Commission with me this morning. I'm not sure if he has anybody else with me this morning, possibly Levon Sosi with the Commissioner of Navajo, and maybe Loretta Bahi too, but I know that I invited them to take part in this report that will be coming up once we adopt the agenda. Just FYI, thank you.
Thank you for that, Shajat. Do we have any other presenters who are currently on the line?
At this time, I'm Michael Chi from the Hatatzil. I am here in waiting.
Good morning, Mr. Chi, and welcome to the Law and Order Committee. So with that, committee members, I don't hear any other presenters who are currently on the line. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have review and adopt the agenda. Sherelle, do we have any, review and adopt the agenda. I was thinking of journals. So with that, can we go ahead and get the agenda right into the record, Lorraine?
Good morning, everybody. and Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, June 14, 2021. 10 a.m. presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto So, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals for May 17th and May 24th, 2021. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Janet Sloman-Chi regarding support our Navajo young people who are incarcerated. B, report from Nahatazil Commission government's officials and Raymond Smith Jr., Council Delegate, Nahatazil, White Rooms, Klakato, Hop, Lupton chapters relating to no enforcement on non-natives. C, report from Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Judicial Branch, and Jesse Delmore, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, Infrastructure Legislation for Public Safety using ARPA funds. D, discuss and provide date on a non-formal work session on Navajo Nation public safety. 6, old business none. 7, new business legislation number 0093-21. And the sponsor is Honorable Daniel Isto. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second, please? Committee members, I need a motion and a second to accept the agenda.
Vice Chair will motion.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So, Vice Chair of the Law and Order Committee. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Delegate James. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with the vote on the agenda. Sherrod, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
I guess on the report of the non-enforcement on non-Navajo and Nahatazil, we all know that Navajo don't have the jurisdiction, pretty much not much jurisdiction over them. And I think we should have a conversation with the county before we move with their report. That way we have the county, Navajo County at the table when we have this discussion pertaining to the non-Navajo no enforcement. I guarantee you, you know, with what was passed in the in Congress or what was passed not too long ago in the court pertaining to the jurisdictional of the non-natives on Native American tribes, I think we need to call in Department of Justice to get an update on that because of what does that entail, and the conversation would lead to the Department of Public Safety to be involved, even Department of Criminal Investigation and DOC, Department of Corrections. So we can hear this report, but we need to get a rundown from the Department of Justice on the latest information pertaining to the court ruling that was ruled in favor of Native Americans having sort of or having criminal jurisdiction over non-Navajo and non-natives on tribal jurisdiction. So I think we need to have that conversation with the Department of Justice before we move on, because right now we can just hear the report, but we really can't do much. We're just going to hear the report, and you know, we need to sit down with the Department of Justice and get a thorough conversation pertaining to the court ruling that happened about a week and a half ago. So, I guess eventually we're going to have this conversation again, and I would like to see if we can get the sponsor to maybe maybe hold off until Law and Order has that conversation with Department of Justice pertaining to a Native American jurisdiction over non-Navajo, because it sounds like the community there is saying that the Navajo Nation is not imposing, I guess, their jurisdiction over non-Navajos. So that's something that we need to get more information on, Madam Chair. And that's just my pitch here. I'm not trying to say no to the report, but as a committee, I think we should get the information until from Department of Justice before we proceed with this, because it's going to cover all the Navajo Nation, and I don't want to piecemeal this and have this conversation, then have a separate conversation for this issue, and then have another conversation for the whole nation. We might as well just have Department of Justice give us the rundown on this so that we can take care of this matter in one in one meeting setting, and that will pertain to the Navajo Nation as a whole, not by communities. Maybe let's what I would suggest is that we get Department of Justice on the next week's committee meeting pertaining to this, to give us an update on this, and let's reschedule to the last meeting of the month of Law and Order, because we by the law we only have meetings 3 times a month, so we can postpone this meeting or move their report to the last meeting of this month. Let's get the insights from the Department of Justice before we proceed with this. That will be my motion there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So there is a motion on the floor to remove the report from the Hadadzi to a later date and time so that we can have Department of Justice present at the meeting. So this is a motion. It will need a second at this time.
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. I will ask, before we proceed forward to the vote, Delegate Raymond Smith, I know that this does affect your area, and then you also have your elected officials on the line as well. I'd like to ask you at this time if that is something that we can do. So basically, we would dedicate the entire Law and Order Committee meeting at the end of the month to this decision that was made by the courts. I believe that this is called the McGirt case. I know that it was brought up several times at the Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting last week. I think tribes are really trying to get a handle on what this case is going to mean for Indian country. But I think the request is to have a entire meeting dedicated to this issue so that we can invite other delegates as well, so DOJ can give us a legal interpretation of what it means and how we can prepare ourselves as communities. So with that, Delegate Raymond Smith, I will say that we will be voting on this issue, but I hope that you understand the request being provided here by Vice Chair Honorable Otto. So Delegate Raymond Smith.
Good morning, Law and Order Committee members, Sit Chairwoman of the Law and Order, and Vice Chair Otto So, and Shanella Otto Shanai. This is kind of disturbing to hear that we're just going to push it alone, kick the can down the road. This incident happened in your community or happened to you, and if it happened within your area, I'm sure you would like to hear a report on what took place and what happened. And we're not asking for any enforcement right now. We're just wanting to report what took place and see what law and order can do in order to move this forward. I did notify Department of Justice and waiting for their response. And next step was to inform Law and Order Committee members of what took place within the Parker Draw housing of a non-Navajo individual intoxicated, and no enforcement was done, whether it was Apache County or whether it was Navajo Police. That's why we were reporting this. And we have Michael Chi, who was the one that was nearly hit by a bullet and hit his house. And this was done. And hours later, the law enforcement showed up and nothing was done on behalf of this. And I went down to the Apache County, and this is not in Navajo County, this is in Apache County. And I did speak with the Deputy Sheriff Roscoe, who's the commander, and I also spoke with the Apache County Attorney, Michael Whiting, and also the Emergency Management former Sheriff Brian Houndshell. And they said that they would meet with Michael Chi and see what is taking place. And they said that they don't have any jurisdiction because of the cross-commissioning, and there's some issues on that behalf of the Apache County. And that's why we want to bring this report to the Law and Order Committee to see what can be done and what recommendations they have. But just to kick the can and wait down later on, that just behooves the whole situation. And we're still waiting for law enforcement in the Dudley area patiently. And we're hoping that this would draw attention to getting law enforcement down there on a daily basis for the aspects of what's happening within that area. But of course, this is Law and Order Committee's prerogative, and if they want to do this, then I'm sure that you guys will vote on this. And if it does get passed down to the next level, then or to the next end of this meeting, end of this month, then but I do strongly would like to have our committee, Law and Order Committee, hear this, and we have Michael Chi on the line that's here to provide the report. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you for that, Honorable Raymond Smith. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote if there's no other comments. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James.
Secretary votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. And Lorraine, if you can go ahead and schedule the last Monday of this month to hear this case, and then also to get Department of Justice included, and then Department of Public Safety as well. Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith, I will let you know that in most cases where there is an open investigation, Department of Public Safety will not comment on the case. And in this case, if this is an open investigation, more than likely Department of Public Safety will be on the call, but as they have in the past, they will remind this committee that they cannot and will not comment on any open investigations. So I'll let you know that ahead of time. But we will be calling Department of Justice and also Department of Public Safety on the line. Department of Justice, Lorraine, if we could also include the prosecutor's office as well in this meeting. And what we'll do is we will discuss this issue and then also the issues dealing with the McGirt case. So if you could send out that notice, and then also, Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith, since you do have your officials on the line, again, we apologize, but we want everybody at the table to hear the issue, because as Honorable Vice Chair stated, if we hear the issue today, there's not very much that will be done from this committee. So with that, committee members, there was an amendment made, and the amendment was, I'm sorry, whose phone is not on mute? So with that, the motion and the second was for an amendment to remove item 5B, B as in boy, off the reports. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or amendments that need to be made to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto, go ahead.
Also, I think when we booked this meeting at the end of the month, reason why I'm doing this is that was what I was looking at pertaining to the open investigation if the case is still open. And the other thing too is we need to reach out to the county because it's going to involve the counties to be involved. And if they can't disclose anything about the investigation, we really can't do much because that particular housing unit that they are talking about is pretty much off the reservation. It's on county land. And that's the reason why I am indicating that we have to be very, very careful on this. And then how the Navajo Apache County is handling this. So in this time, at this time, I believe the way Honorable Vice Chair Smith is talking about this issue here, it's the county is it's in the jurisdiction of the county. So we would have to petition or request any type of legal information if that's the case. It would be different if it was all on 100% Navajo Tribal Trust land. We would get the information from our own prosecutors, our own case, but it'd be limited. So but we need to have the county involved on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Do you know which county was involved in this?
That was Apache County. This is Michael T., Commissioner Treasurer of Nahdatzi.
Thank you, Ms. T. So with that, we could also invite the county to this call as well. Whether they participate is really going to be up to them. But I believe Apache County has always been, they've always participated in meetings that the Law and Order Committee has called them on. So, Lorraine, if we could also include them in the request as well.
Chairwoman, this is Chairwoman, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I don't know who belched. That wasn't me. Vice Chair, woman, this is Vice Chair Smith in regards to the. This is not in Park Estates. This is in Parker Draw. This is all Nahdatzi new lands. I think that's the confusion. Park Estates jurisdiction is under the Apache County. That's why we brought this forth. And Michael Chi does live in Parker Draw, which is south of Sanders into Newlands, just FYI. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith. So with that, committee members, if there are no other amendments, no other comments or questions, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to adopting the agenda with the one amendment made. So, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Bench James.
Delegate Dim votes green.
Honorable Bench James votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Madam Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, are you on the line?
Yes, sorry, I'm here. I was talking on mute. So with that, we do have a vote in favor. The agenda is hereby accepted and adopted. So with that, committee members, we do have one amendment that has been made to remove, again, the report that was provided on 5B. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith, the Law and Order Committee will be in contact as well as with you, Mr. Chi. So hopefully we'll be able to provide you some information at that time. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 5, receiving reports. We do have our first report by Janet Sloman Chi regarding support of the Navajo young people who are incarcerated. Ms. Chi, are you on the line? Second call for Ms. Chi. Ms. Chi, you might have to do *6 if you are on the line. Third and final call for Ms. Janet Sloman Chi.
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Sloman Chi. I am on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Sloman Chi, and welcome to the Law and Order Committee. You are on the agenda to provide the Law and Order Committee a report. You will have 15 minutes to provide your report. If you need an additional 5 minutes, upon the completion of your 15 minutes, Lorraine Spencer will let you know that time is up. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can request that of the committee. If there are no objections, you will be given an additional 5 minutes. You can call up to 2 agents who can help assist you with your presentation. Upon completion of your presentation, the floor will be open to the committee members to ask questions based on the presentation information that you provide to us. Before we begin, do you have any questions regarding the procedure of the Law and Order Committee?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So with that, Ms. Sloman Chi, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second at this time to hear the report from Ms. Janet Sloman Chi regarding the Navajo young people who are incarcerated and how she would like to support or assist them during that time. So we do need a motion and a second, committee members.
Vice Chairman, so well, motion, thank you.
I will need a second, committee members. Second call for a second. Last and final call, committee members, we need a second.
Delegate James, second.
So with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Otto So, a second made by Honorable Vince James. Ms. Sloman-Chi, the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shehe anafsko clarsani tlenigi do da inil tsaigi shehe in shehigi is at Janet Sloman-Chi and she ashi hinslot as the sun was stream. So that's another dog, but I need a shit. I don't, it's not sponsored. Yeah, I don't eat enough. I don't, Shananish. Those in Nava is Inigi a Yaha. Alchene Hashin Sogo Gobe, in not all, but Bandant Ado, a sheet Abe, but in the has Igi Abelnashness, the Gushin Lanache. Distin yaha BIE Nenegi Abelnashness Ajago a grant schools Nenegi New Mexico do Arizona git out abigidinish put out on the store put out stunnen son hitate in Hilahabishna. Aroda Igesin Hitchaba Hinson. They hot they did. They dealt in Ligi, Bansiske, Sigi, Doshin, and Lenigi, Ado, Adashin, Soguko, Shinanish Ishlago, the Shin, a Koiha. Madam Chair, I truly appreciate this opportunity to make this presentation to the committee. I had previously submitted a proposal, title in Nadiyan, Mentoring Youth Within the Criminal Justice System. And I'm hoping that everyone has a copy of it so that we can follow along. Does everybody have a copy?
Madam Chair,
Okay,
I have mine electronically.
Okay, I'm assuming we all do, so I will move forward. And I'm going to use that handout as a way of discussing the concept. As we all know, Navajo Nation has its own uniqueness. It has our people are the ones that make up this uniqueness, especially with our children. I've been in the business of working with children the majority of my life. And I wanted to mention that the young people that are incarcerated that are faced with various issues from the justice system, where they put themselves in a situation that's very complicated for them. Those are the ones that I'm proposing to provide services, provide support and interventions for them. Many of them I've learned that have a disability, and therefore the goal of this would be to provide support to the Navajo youth who are affected by the criminal justice system. And it would mean working with the youth, with the individuals themselves on looking at the various interventions that has to do with learning relationship skills, learning about who they are and where they're going and why they are where they are. I talked with various families that's been affected like this, and their response is there was no support for their son or their daughter that ended up in the detention centers. Therefore, I feel the need that to reach out to them and to support them where they make better decisions while they're there in terms of what they will be doing when they leave the detention center. And then the other part would be to for the families. How would the families fit in? How would they adjust and gain new knowledge, new skills to support the child that was affected, and also the other children that are there? And then furthermore, the ripple effect of what has happened to the young person is also within the community. So even reaching out to the community through provision of knowledge, provision of awareness, this would encompass how we could possibly reach out to the young people. I think what's very, very important is also to be looking at what's the root cause. The sheep in your go I at eating that out late over to get that all late. I don't know long sheet at the back. Is it that? Article here, Conzanigi to Edo Shadowbeats allow. She got the hot nose in Soya once this case, I don't match it. At the Shnanigi, the Shnanigi, Shananish Ishla. Currently, I have a valid license from New Mexico as a school psychologist and also a special educator. So I have the formal training, I have the experience to provide such intervention and support to the young people that we're speaking of here. So I don't know how much time I have now, but the other objectives that I've identified through discussions with various individuals that work with young people is to use the objectives of ina ado sihasan na ado ajo ninigi ado hait ak enigi jojo ed igisina belola ko edigi khajo ba bainan tin ko bin atti hitol yesto it uiddo insta jo edigi igis bejedo ben you go back and the Leviathan, ya idol lease a co even not Japan's case go the the other one is that with the families, it would be the same objective. Jot o hayun amado jani linigi dashina la yisani nalte mado jada sling a co edo eshehit يجمع بتزيل دولار أدو بكأكت لنا أكو إيدو بسنا النشي دولار بس شين بس كنا تحويل نحكو كوشي ينحكي يكدد أو تين سو بانسس كيسيكي أحتشنا. And how do they not get back into the system? How do they not get arrested again? When they leave the system, what's waiting for them? What skills would they have? What positive attributes can they walk out with? and which is not necessarily the case when someone's incarcerated. Sometimes they have so much anger when they walk out that they're very prone to repeating the behavior that got them into the justice or into the detention center. So, but I'm looking at this where the young people, when they walk out, they actually have hope. They actually have some skills. They have strength to say, my life is going to be different. And at the same time, how will the homes that they're returning to, how will that home support them? How will they support themselves, the home itself? So those are some of the things that I'm looking at in terms of the interventions and support that we could possibly provide for them. The other thing I mentioned being a school psychologist because my license will allow me to do a full psychological evaluation or psychological educational evaluation to determine what is the current level of performance, the current level of functioning for these individuals, these young people, to help them see that this is an area that you may want to work on, or to tell them this is a strength that you have. You have some very strong cognitive skills, which might be analytical thinking or critical thinking. You know, there's so many, and we can tap on those to help them strengthen all that. And the same thing with the family, to do a overall family functioning assessment. Where are some gaps? Well, how can we once we identify those gaps, how can we give them support? So that is basically that's the gist of this proposal that I've provided to you. But the bottom line here is we need to reach out to our young people. Whether I can help or someone else can help, but the bottom line is the young people that are in the system. My conversation with one family, his response was, I was totally forgotten. I knew he was hurt, that his eyes looked like that. And he tried to laugh when he said, I was totally forgotten. So knowing that that's there, he's not the only one, there's others out there. And I believe that the personnel in the judicial system, including the judges, need to become aware of what are some of our young people facing when they're incarcerated. I'm willing to do a special education workshop, including the laws that oversee special education, what is required when a child with a disability what services do we owe them that's required by law. So I am thankful for this opportunity of presenting to you. I believe my 15 minutes is up, so I will make the conclusion and thank you for this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Loman-Chi. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion. We have a second. The report has been provided to us by Ms. Loman-Chi. Are there any questions or comments at this time for the presenter?
Madam Chair?
Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yes, I would like to continue with her report and add the additional 5 minutes to her report that she's making to the committee, because this is fairly important. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Ms. Loman Chi, if you need an additional 5 minutes to share more information with this committee on how you would like to assist the youth who are incarcerated, we can go ahead and give you that additional time. Did you need more time?
Madam Chair, yes, I do, and I would appreciate that.
Ms. Loman Chi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The other point that I didn't have a chance to cover was the cultural aspect of a young person. The nan libet nego koton and ashihin libet nego gota hat ish ne hat hashit argued or tinkin leniki. One of the most important questions for young people is to define and answer, who am I? Hash is all yadi shihin lashit niki a co halate out of the neck at yashita. Halate out of a consenda. Joha niniki hot ana the kidigi ebe jado and seki spinnet. Yesana yihan. A co ebe nacho go. Do. Alla is in Hallen. Alla epicetted Linhalle. The self-identity, the self-concept of being a Navajo man, a Navajo woman, if they do not have that, it rattles them. Their self-confidence, the power that they can have within themselves as a person is not there, simply because they don't know where they're coming from as a Navajo individual. The cat again lidolel, epa sakadolel. Di hot out the nest, son it let the nest, son it alone a cottage ele. Ado cottage got the nest, he alone a cot di ahatne, din he not tin it a hatniki, a has job as son it all nail. This gin leg on neck and jura at eke at an that it jana lo eight nas j edo in the John he in his bahas a cot any sheha any ya a hot do bahas and ado she kended a conanat at an let the yastkit sa do ya at a that they yastkit. So that all ya at the hot zotle get it. A co a digi behind don't nesto hate out or left ninigi out of a large store. Hat ishe but so the zenit, hat ishe yotla, hat ish but need a co a digi sto paper card or what. Hot once in case hat ishen zen johat ninigi jo a day out and but not. Na business kid up as it's na hajil na go. So it asahde hot on nista. The kui the she is leo in the hajoti dot le hala chine dat. As chine eben neben se case. Abets is in the atot at en hajo hat the meta aton neseda. Ebony not alla yan se case do ya yasti a oh. So a hoyanin hit the Nathan she. And a chinen he oh at en seta. At the schnitzel a hoyanin hit the neddy holla the honey zada to the schnitzel. A codil chin a hoyani do less go. Edi by yashki at Balke in Nesco go. Hajobas be ot asko. Ya a codenosi. A co a cot the na bachoni bled shniki in his zad. Ado kepe be skahonil zeniki, achi yanje. Sa dashida sena dach inyaniki sa kano is edole. A ko eben na japan siskeskoko. A hot bekai je o shiat ehenso. Adot belach sto behaz ani. Ado behaz ani be on nishigi edo belestane edolne. Heit ai. But heatnan del kid got jobbet on nil. A kokon sago be banane adole he. Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Lomanchi. Committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, Otto.
Honorable Otto, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, for this time, Ananda Dr. Lomanchi for your presentation to the committee. This is a topic that plagues our Navajo children. Off the reservation. I thought, what ego. I hot up, Pita hatit it. Alcohol. I'm glad that he brought this to the committee, and I know we had a conversation to this issue here. And as this conversation continues to roll out to the Navajo Nation leadership, these are what the administration should be working on. These are issues that our current administration should be pushing. Whether it's a self journey, or if it's a journey that requires help, such as individuals that Dr. Lomanchi has with her background. I could play outside alone. I could do that. So hadit ada nat arula khale shohe khiyala to na gabana no pato nego ahat ahod kade ya sahat anhi khate ya anle hawan has ade na antinigit aman lini do jan lini ata amayajin lini jayajin lini عندها ماياجن ليني أشي مسانة دون دا أدي أنالتا دا أنزيك خوبة تدا ييغو بتاديت تنادنول زيك تنول زيك بنانتين دا هلا Amado Jan Lini Yaki go ya ma ya wanke. Aro la name kinsa. How has anki. Aro la ata. So hey, chati that ada, it is not in pump. Ibeda inani adon da aden da tin le hard da ben ya hard da in ya go da bahtom lahazon hat ich hit the dot ni. Those are the basic values that a home should have. Ajan lini kudobna antin so Allah was age. Halet ego la ya na lini do lini at Fait egos ya farchene daron da bishnani tahjo ket ido lehnzeka ato bab national ego ko benantin ndas ego. If you're a father and if you're a mother and if you have no teaching at home, you practically have no reason and no business being a mother or a father. Khala yana antin lini yego bkhahatit achedo masanen that what ache khodo aro la beda inani yena kinta amasanda dit ego ya pe anni pe akenan zido le tobe eken tado le ni da yego beda inani khodo ya te bkhahati ye khahata hati in achedo masan analin lini khodo atha bet kista yo tinta da yo lete yo ego go da ajit to kare ara das de gaho another lane khodope nan kin lane yego khodo so pe basla ago di hasnait ego go ya mudge hot ego go pa nan kin nazla enda tan lane amaya jin lane to جاي يجن ليني أمان ليني نانتين بكذا حتى لو أنكو every aspect in the family, whether it's the mother's brother or on the maternal line or the cousin on the paternal line, they all have a role in raising a child. And that child is pretty much your reflection of who you are. إيش أخيت إيش هذا إكراه إيه بتسوي إيه بياج إيه بجاء إيه بتاع إيه بمات نيجوكو تو خدو جيدا ده نساني إيه يا ده بتاع خدو جيدا إيه بناكوكو أرو لا تان زهكك أهوت إيه كوكو أهوت أندهز I always see people having birthday parties. You know, chon. Ba'atlahalle. Ba'atlahalle ho. You know, chon. Yara tehda adeb cheta nete. Ara to idgis. Ara ebte yat hadit egota. Wanate da chinda da nara yandika. Ako penan egoko. Halet ela. Bagagish ha hot. خشش بتشي خشش ينبض الناس كان سنتله بماش شاشي يجي وقت خدا إطلاع دولهش نيجا قوش أخد أبعد شني ياده السنتله. I always say that Hajo chini yaje baby yaje kiko. Oh hajo koto nan kin bab nabajan kino. Aro ehta. Achine yat ehta. Tiga yat ehot aro la ya akun zani le. Ya hun zani le ko ade inda inzita. Sho the nanshle ashkigo ya the nanshle at ego asana da ya asana shna ego shna ni ya nashi koda je lini bisa open it ego. These values should come from home. It's very troublesome to see our children in this state. Just go to Gallup, New Mexico, Farmington, New Mexico, Flagstaff. You have our young kids on the streets over there. Oh, instant, adana shara. Peshash ma. Peshash che, peshash na ma son instant. And what Dr. Sloman Chi is referring to, pertaining to the system. What is it that the Navajo Nation owes to our children? What right do they and privilege do they have under Navajo law? We have a Department of Correction. Incarcerating children is not the answer. To find the root of the problem, the root of the issue. You can go behind any faith in the world and say, oh, I go to church, I go to Native American church, or I believe in Navajo tradition. But your reflection in your answer, in your actions will tell you different. If you have a spiritual being, a spiritual value in you, and you hold that, you have a duty to meet it halfway. If you don't meet it halfway, you have to do your own part to meet it halfway. So the Zanshanle Quadi Naho Babijan Hasti. This is not a magic pill. You have to do your duty in your side to meet it halfway. Alcohol. We have to find a way to use our current system to address this issue. Department of Correction has some dollars pertaining to the youth, juvenile, tied to the 638 contract. And I know public safety is on the line. They took out $1 million out of that public safety 638 contract and roll it over to the Department of Correction, adult correction, so we could pay for adult correction. Law and Order Committee did not approve it. The administration transferred those dollars and did this at the federal level. And that was done about a year and a half ago, Dr. Sloman Chi. And it was done by the administration. They pulled monies that were supposed to service our children in this very issue that you are addressing. want to address. It's auto hades, and I guarantee you they will not say, yes, we did it. They amended the 638 contract, the juvenile 638 contract, and moved that $1 million over to adult detention starting from last year. Our Department of Correction is supposed to address these issues. Whether it's in a house, trailer, a G shed, a hogan, in those homes, inanda, away, che masan, jado ma, another da keda, had ego goes ya at, you pin it though, what the kada hat or neat, yat eho, be in not yet at this change, yego tabo. And I believe that if we move forth, we have to appropriate tribal dollars to actually address this issue, because our own Department of Correction, our own public safety has moved these dollars that were supposed to serve our children. They moved those monies, they took those monies without even informing the youth. I don't know. In the end, it's a cage, the other. Banality that show, hey, Kodoni, he pays on his own issue. Could you have nearly adults? She are just best about it. Chinyabi Yahada in constant. Yahada. Now we have to address this in some form. And as we move forth, Madam Chair, I think we have to have a broader discussion with the public safety, the division director, how we could move forth on this issue. And then we have to have a conversation with social services. You know, I know how peer pressure feels in Ninjaga. Amado Jato Yat Ehotan Sakesa Ahot Egbachin Ahot I glad. It's a monkey see, monkey do scenario. Amado Ja Atlan Bachini not Atlan Guyana Asha. You're not the Hiklanta. You're not a sa he Achin Lini a penny when a ya that is normal. That goes on in that home. The same thing that goes on in my home goes on in that other home over there. They think it's normal. So that yeah, going out. Bennett. Isn't done neto. Ya, the Joyan, so that so. Ado Mado Jan Lini. Chedo Masan Lini. So, Chini Yajitan, Nita Ade. Our high school students are not bad kids. That didn't go on in my day. I was told no. Alcohol bad national ego. Mado ja so Yagine Linahan. Ako could the Bachin had it ego. Bennett double jeta hit ego. Yahash Kete. A didn't know about a son over if she has the yida. She chatty yida. That hit it no. Oh, not at the flashy left or at it another hit your flash. What on here? So, how she cut on that? Oh, Oh, man, that's case. She cannot kill no. I really don't care what you become in life, whether you become a dishwasher or a lawyer or an engineer. That's to your discretion. I want you to be a decent human being. The next easy deal. I call it by the yeah. Hajo in nato naso in night enanta. If life was easy, everybody would be it's your hard work that actually prevails you in life. If you don't do hard work, there's a lot of failures to it. There's consequences. And none later squid son. But it been it but that been a hala ye in night. Be in night in it ani. Anari bahaj kedoli. Anadi watching bevan natchet. Ben nab the bat skismic and stole. Hala e beta in nani. Hanne do hajena yit not. The better you the treasure. Oh Lord, that Halane not let the nayat or so that queen zitha. I want egon laid it in naye. In nada yilla. I swear yada kid. The payo in the national. There's consequences. There's the right time and the wrong time, wrong way. So, but I don't know how days and not I don't have chinibit yada. I don't want to done chin. I don't at the Hajo bit yaja kill. So hey, where she yaja. Oh, yeah. But the neck as it do yaja. The neck as it do yaja kill. Yeah. Son. My daughter that you know. I want to speak to you. Hajo bit yaja. Anan let the chin yaja later baby yaja kill. Been the end just into the case. Oh, nase. Do hot nada ille. How does she? There's ja on with me. If you don't practice what you preach, oh, what anash. Go to Haji, you'd understand on it. Oh, what up on this case. Such a chand, you should know what is. Big Hajo, you don't nothing tato aje. Big big habit, no. Not using it, oh, not the what it's that, oh, not a hatchet, not in that. Oh, not a what a hatchet, a net here. That chan we young got in the schnee. But many people take it as an offense, as I use it as an analogy. You speak to it right. Hajo hadith. Nta b'janneho hajo tanta. Roll over b'janneho aja na nahod. Nketo nahod right. Nahod right. Nke b'janneho nke. Eba yashke. Ahot ego go hajo b'jan yaja keto. Achinda b'na b'jan tino. Hakidi yeki. Nisten. I really appreciate the dialogue that Dr. Sloman Chi brought forth to this committee. And I think we really need to hold our division directors and our social services and even in education, Dodi, to bring them to the table to see how we could try to address this. Yeah. I know they're going to say, oh, we can't. Oh, just slow, we can't. But somewhere we have to do something to get a hold of our children. If we don't do this soon, akan dosta haju shita dosta onashik and hachniak. They're doing crimes that are being prosecuted as an adult. Da hid sero yana kaita chin bigaha alcohol a bias hit. I really would like to see what our administration, how they plan to, what their current plan and strategy is to address this. Are they even addressing this? The way I see the system going right now, I don't think they're addressing it. I guarantee you. Not office. So hey, they're gonna ask this question. Better get ready, get this information ready. Oh, and the other, Madam Chair, I think we might have to have a dialogue with Health and Human Services Committee on this, because since it deals with the health and well-being of our Navajo children. Really makes me think of ways chindige height ego kos ya dito ya height ego kos pe ina ay hina ado ik kanagado li kai gato. You know, you go to Hogan Hojoni in Winter Rock, Arizona. That place there accepts our Navajo children that are Navajo mothers who will give up their kids, their babies. Maybe they're like a meth baby. Maybe they're a coke baby. They give up those children there. There you go. I went, do budget late, Ado, you went ego, had jade or Hodnoda. Ado, do they even deserve the right to continue to give children, to have children? You go to that place there. Then a yego night, no. A way da oda cha. I visited there one time. That family, that I think it's like a Catholic organization, and a little girl came up and said, "Hi, sir. Which one of you, or which one of us are you going to take today? My mom didn't want me. My dad didn't want me. I want a mom and a dad," she told me. You went ego. Oh, chiniaje. Oh, jenny. Oh, listen. Height ego la ya pinne. I hodo nas is it. Oh, height ego pinne pa. But that has only. And na nike it knows the hard shine yang koko. Ana da tinit adole. Ata tishleta. Ti tishne non kid doka. Kala ish madoch jato shin nzita. Nzitole. Ko what anda has unlaid. Ko ada you shit this day. Ile ha shin naked kai ni kid. Oh, it's good. But our Navajo women, they were very modest. Yo hadadit edo so diga hat da yo the modest mothers and fathers they ne mando amado jan lin ha so aje opa yo da asha da hat ego the infirmary that they push that on their children, and they think it's right to dress that way. Oh, het anders. Idea. Oh, bahasit. Oh, ishin so shin yar la shin ya not shin wing something that is on my mind every day. Chin ya halit ala. Este. Oh, het la ya sa do ni so. Ya we take at the doka. It's not only punishing the children and so forth, but we have to hold parents, mothers and fathers responsible for them too. And at the same time, we have to have them in the dialogue of oh, I appreciate the time, Madam Chair, and those of you that are listening. And yeah, I'm going on mute.
Yeah, Vice Chair. So with that, Ms. Loman-Chi, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
This is Ms. Loman-Chi. Honorable, so I sincerely appreciate your comments and your insight. Those are exactly the concepts, the golden concepts that we owe to our children, to our youth. We as adults right now are so fortunate that we have good lives. How can we not give that to our children? They deserve that. One day they will become adults like us. And this all the concept that you've mentioned is very, very important. Even the fact that you mentioned the current administration. This is the first pebble that we're going to throw into the river, and it's going to have a ripple effect. I hope that we will all wake up to the need to reach out to our children. And you're right, we owe them. Because we're adults, we have that responsibility. And the other key factor is the root cause. What are the root causes? We have to confront those root causes. We have to define them and confront them to get rid of those root causes. Badet all sos at ahigi do beninaniki adabatit all dahi nach hodol nil shma'atun nilne al chne era yisit ayisin sakis ben sakis ye hodol bekot junilne eshi atadi nekadi aba yadel tidaban sedeki sigi. So if you wish that there is a broader discussion with other programs, that opportunity is very much needed. I can prepare a PowerPoint and gather more information to enlighten the audience as much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loman-Chi. Are there any other questions or comments at this time from committee members?
Madam Chair, just have a follow with this one item also.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you again. The other is, you know, ako, hey, na kahito, hajo yito, hiki, hadit ego that is nini, nini, which now ako belakana, I support the fact that we get our own Navajo person, such as individuals as Dr. Chi, Somen Chi. Hala Bishbahasan, Yitate, Ne Ya, Ahodat, Chinahui, Na Ade, Yi Tade Yato, Yiki Yato, Yilate, Yinakagan, Chinia, to Yilate Ad, Ye Ad Anaga, Yahunsen. Ojo shla ade hashi pelkana bichon khato no hashi khade shi pelkana natlo ne khao ito ni tlini to ya kun ko tada nante da dobe eda. And I think that if we as we move this issue forth, that we have our own Navajo individual lead this and try to find a path through this so that we could try to get a hold of our children. I realize get shot. Cause she the vision director that on the kind of hotot. Ye nahanes in. Bilakana bit the hatat egg sahot. Bein nasala ke ba ol in. Benan benahaga. Bizat sahot. Then hit on the ha kunzata. Yitaste even now go to the Jaeger. Request that as we move forth. And the other dialogue is that we have to have our trustee at the table, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services, how they are currently addressing some of these issues at the health facilities or at the bureau level in policy. Oh, without Oban, that's the case. Chmaya Chitejo nak which I hold no. Adaban star when but the she Ado which I on cash teja but the she Nagango none not only Ado latlets at Hanaki still had the lapa had egg had the yehoto Ashkad and laid nada nahas ni ada ade but ya ad lini has ne kokosh bahto is on ha is ne to ni petition babich ahanas ashateja. They're going to go back to you and say you did not teach this person to cook. Dito hot ego ko be da inani so that to da yo le and the toni in the heart the hine khata hot ni aro ya sindan ni the ni akoi to hadit ka alan hine khadi khadi nasne to ta the toni aro la pe ho yo be da inani hala e na ye inai do ni but we need to get our own Navajo individuals. Oh, you scholarship dollars. Each year. Hajish old day. As English letan nina. Hajish old day. Onsen. That was just some of my thoughts on this, and again, I appreciate it. Okay, Madam Chair, hit a spot. So I'm going to go ahead and take over the meeting here. And Dr. Sloman-Chi, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
Yes.
You have the floor.
I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments.
Okay. Committee members, any other questions for Dr. Sloman-Chi? We go once, twice, and
Vice Chair, this is Delegate James.
Mr. James, Honorable James, go ahead and you have the floor.
Yat Nana Dado Kodo Dan Hikna Hosina. Actually, has Anjako. Ako Ado Shnalan Leneki Ya Yatiako, Vice Chair Ado Soko. Ako Asian Aya Kodo. Katoda Kondiat Ako Hanshe, the Bahadis Henson. The channel has Anin Hagagi. Ako Nato Leda Nanjojo Javaho. The Harchina Adsanda Kaiko. Ado Genus Ito Ya Haja Tashnava, Haja Tashika, Jinzon, Jokat Out, the Ketcher Gasto, Edo Tahoja Nivahi, Kone Besota, that Yoki Tlako, Okokot Oban Tiskisto, the Najan Tiskisto, Okot Ai, had Ida Baba, Badil Edo, had Ida Pasilala, Jokot Ai, Bansis Kislako. I don't finish it and I hold Albuquerque, Farmington, Flagstaff. The Conada hot echo. Action and Linigin, Hatchin, Hidden and Linigi, Ade. What are they cargo? Ado, Hashit Ego, and has Argo, so Aya. Either base of the Yokido. A team Bahuna Zebo bleed out. Not so that the Yaki. Base of the Yakido, what are I've seen it with the whole juice and lake or stand out and lay that hold just that now vision the Bilagan and I'll create art age and not art age that or what are 18 pounds that's his own a base about the Nathan a conduct the whole just in Hatchin eat case the lake a corn or what answer the case of late out put the lake out what that's a dead case but my dad's a bit at them but yeah that's it at them that's a habit in all cha put out that's a height out that's a been the then case in the that the you did on has on black but yeah but my dad the beginning cha or that the yo bit all cha or what bizarre you got the null but the null has team the Mossam but shade that's been saying that it's not then or what art aya or Jins and a what are a hold Jishako. I see though a horse a Disney though. I see though a hate out a art on has argo what are and a hot heat or a Disney stand. Kodoba used hit on Haponet Baba need or shit are connect at the Quida. A chilling Linigi, not the gloss or echo. What are in a unleco. A conan mission Linigi, that are all the out a. But I had then leco, didn't became a car how to hold any. Either that non that how long that the shit are condemned. The shit are I had a hunter case or listened 8 origins and echo. Later, Sweden, Zani, Kodano, Yata, Tiendeko. hard to see it on Lenin a mat edo listen jet edo that's it behind me the pain we don't need us cast all this to put out by Yadat or the whole Jesus even not sure what are none is the whole long that the Shika hot ended origins and the call. Okay, one convert the whole just the action and the Niki Annie. Na hot to abahan bahna deal kit halit out in action and the Niki based on the Nipasula. Condiana the youth council that whole long Hajila or the Chocot. Ado the Sheffield Abin had a deep Chocot. Ako Shisazedo the Halit out other hot age the departments of the hot Chinaya just the unleash the hot edge that Hanna and Leniki Peseta Huinla Ako at the Huinla got the Sheffield out a did not on how to has the so just got the Nebijan that is Yedo Benya in Tabiki. Non-Mr. Yorkshire or called APE. Application have a dealer. Now, Foundation application have a dealer. The NASA hot aid of the non-nation lineage, but that or the job duties that requires of trying to go out there and seek and help our Navajo young children. Of course, that departments, but now has any does it. The Hina Ado bestat in Akota Coco had Elan dot Nido late Ayan that has all to had Aban's case a call ni all cotton has got all you had a chin in the navy but has unleco a call hashing that Asian ya dust to ye they had at the dot the hiki to danes in the stock. Ako ye go outlaw Lenny Holando be a hot note in Holoni ye ya convention thought that a hot after action and Lenny it issues in such case so did our issues has she stopped and though hot ashing Halit a hilab have this decision that it's hands on action the day yes can't let the nest say let go. Ako on Ado Bahasti or the Shaishi to Don or that the Besha or Glotolis or that the Beshi in the Edo that is a much that is the law that they did all lost that the dance and get that a whole or has argued that Abijay Heinz so a Bansis case a co do had in dot me do hard the shin on the shin black. Special edge national to know could is a hard on G's now. Even Nation's case or a issued about and Kotoba Yashki to ask the Shinigi. I should your hot essay. I seen in the Nigi, the Sahadon, that stay hot, Asado, the Naked had Nigi, Yakonizio, your Dutch, a hoit after. Put it on this, put Sadi had thought that he don't know she. Been in our 8 hearts, she never answered that case in Leco. Only Benan did the old cut the day when I message a leo day. And Ado engine don't jogahaki. So quite a care what just ain't go the A Asha. Ya con is the hot ya yafki says Stoko. Hot Ashi echo. Upon the she is just a Halit out a Kodo, Ajit the Anish was Aniki, a yan case to Halit Anja, ha see or not Yanja Hata has see that in some Bansus case a call. Ado such a Anish Kodosh Nalita, Ado so Yaha Ziki, or Anna has unleco. But Otski for a tar and Argo, not this kid all this time. A big hater. She did what it in Sons and Najini Bashes Chin, here Annie the Shacheda Hanaran, the Chanel Dollar Grant Hill, Donna Shako. Though we get in gay can that the chill the Grant Hill is the Kahoye, Jedit Ho. إيساد لني بنجها ديتون عاد كيد لني تاو يهدا جنا ديس كيدولس إيشها.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. Dr. Slomechi, you can respond to Honorable James' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stowe. And I'd like to respond to Honorable James's inquiries. Just another scene, Nilila, just got so that's another. A court did Kohatahadet Ahigi programs to Holonigi do had it other chine. If they nisha Nahas Anigi Edo Nahas Sneda. Asaha de Yaha Dr. Dolores Great Eyes. Sahagot Abe Bilch Ado Ban Hin Ishi de Rabe Hilna Hadet Ada Hajo Alia Yat Etole the Negobe Hilna Ado Bikitche the Kushin Kitranda Zedodat Ada Lahadet Ada Nekop not Zash Nova out of Obe Hilna and that is that Ako. Last that al Kalaband ilte o adagin hol Jisuko. A day a hot afla de Hitler Silne. Ado Kochi Deepa Consen Igi do Bayashki Igi di Shnan Nashiki but Ado Aba Consen. Zadani Alchin K. Zadani hot Abelho, Ado Ayit Hati Yahigi, or Mado Bejeado, but Daba Mayajada, Ahishi and Seshi. Hot Abel and Hildash, Igi hot Abel, Bakash, Wadigi, Ebenach, Adi, Bayashki, Igi, Adish. A cod. Additionally, Asa, Keith, Kata, Nachigo. I thought while you had Hadia, you had all 90 days, no, a Tahasne. Cobetel Nahasne, no, oh yes, I have then adult had theatre. I learned now, and that adult didn't need it, I know Tahasne. Ada Bamado was jet, I was zinty, Dutch, though I wouldn't think that. Though ya send a lushage had out the hair. Put Ado left she away Ado she didn't need. No, that hornet. A co abe but Ado answers case go. I guess I shouldn't lee. A co ebenina addition. Dishid za in dasta. Sayaja elna igi sheet. Ado jojo but Ado. It's called 80 shades. You but that all called also. Allah anni. Halit halan hilhot. Ela halit George adornil when Zenishi but hit alta. Just on someone's case. I don't know a motto Jado, but away is on the Higi as that. I said away as of Baigi. I could end Sata, but Chinet the Hodilti. I don't say a Joshi for mother of Jaya people in the. It's other stop it's really late. A cod a digits on stop. Hay did love hit the dolls. He is a hatol, Nilda Hajo, a doll, Nil Adonana Sachana, which a doll neatly. A pepper inna. In Zillo idol, Listuna Winson. A cod on need the o. ديخ لي خادة جوخ الأول لي Albuquerque de Adenan nistona and Satinonum anatin is conscious that no Adenashin. Con late National Sidgets all was at Ed late Pinnacle Zingle. Base out your kid. Ni yelled as cousin de a hit is. Cabesod Anna Ki yalla that change lahante to the. Ako izin insen masha bejesha hashit hashit ahot ni kuijin zinle. Ako konshe hashin sogo bashit asham datse. Berberanje in hakha. Nan sa stoten le Arizona begit to go as keith up in shiftless Edogen, the pepper run the setta. Just shahas just at Dudgeon. A cohotat, a hiki, late out being that is just she hot out all nil. Join Zenigi hot abayashti a code nine, Kidigi, Dosh Ahid up in Hassan, that programs on let the non night Kidigi, Shunalet at all slate at all Islada. The she, the Kodo, Jo hot because the Hodgel now, even not at all, Hajo, England, a Kodo go. أدادول نيلكو شيء بيغا أخد أبي نجد ناس دي دولار الشهاء.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon Chi, for your response. And then, Mr. Honorable James, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, I didn't hear any. With that, Madam Chair, are you back on the line? What about Honorable Eugene So? Are you back on the line? Are you on the line?
Since this morning, thank you.
Okay, good to hear you, Mr. Eugene So. With that, I hear no other questions for Dr. Chi. Committee members, gonna go once, gonna go twice.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Madam Chairwoman, thank you for getting back on the line. And do you have any questions?
I apologize. Yes, I do have questions. I'm outside. If you just give me like 30 seconds, I'll be inside. So it's a little windy here. So if you just give me 30 seconds.
Okay. We'll give you a little bit of time and let's go get an intermission. Who wants to entertain the committee now? I'm just kidding. Well, I appreciate this dialogue, and it sheds a lot of light to what services should our children be getting that are incarcerated in the Navajo system. And as that child that Dr. Sloman Chi talked about, that makes me think, what did that institution, who's that division director for that institution? Who is that manager? Who is managing that agency that agency social service office that didn't provide that service? A Congo Diego, case. Those individuals who are in charge of those services failed that child, that minor. Oh, if it happened in one agency, most likely it's happening in other agencies. Our children, we really need to spark a dialogue with the program in the division and how they're providing these services, because like I said, that one child indicated that he was forgotten. Just think how many more. And yet, she never changed that year. Navajo Nation payroll changed that year. It's their job to provide the services to our children that are incarcerated and find the root of the problem, or try to address the root of the problem with the individual and the family. Okay, Madam Chair, are you in a?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor, Madam Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair. And I apologize. I got interrupted with an important phone call, so I had to take that phone call very quickly. So I do apologize. It was an emergency. But I do want to say, Ms. Loman-Chi, thank you very much for the presentation and the information that you provided. There certainly is a lot of questions regarding, the services that you have been providing, and I can tell you that the Law and Order Committee, on several occasions, we did ask the detention center what services, if any, were provided to the young, to the juveniles who were incarcerated. And from what I recall, and I could be wrong, and committee members, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what this committee was told was there are no services to be provided to them. And the other information that we received is there's not very many juveniles who are incarcerated. So that was the information that was provided to us. And as a Vice Chair stated already, that there was a legislation that was passed to give funding from the juvenile detention corrections to the adult corrections. And that it was supported by council. It was a consent agenda that was passed. There was no debate on that. And again, a lot of it was because of the information that was being provided to us. So at this point, I will be honest with you, I don't know if there's any funding available for these types of services, but it certainly is a service that is needed here on Navajo Nation. I say that because on February 2nd, the Law and Order Committee had a joint meeting with Health, Education, Human Services. At that time, the purpose of that meeting was to establish a detox and rehabilitation center. We did receive a report from the Chief of Police, Philip Francisco, who stated that there were 25,000 arrests in 2019. 12,000 was for public intoxication. There's one lady in Tuba City who was arrested 200 times. And the Chief Francisco shared with us that there's a 2-hour minimum for an officer to respond to those types of calls and to assist community members when it's dealing with public intoxication. So one of the issues that came up is how do we curb the alcohol and the drug issues that are happening? In addition to that, we also received from the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui. He stated that 90% of the cases that his office receives is dealing with the alcohol and drug related cases. So what we did was we said, we're going to sit down with BIA to see if we can turn in one of the facilities there. I believe it was in Chinle, to turn it into a detox and rehabilitation center. We did have that call with BIA. BIA verbally gave us their blessings to make those changes to the Chinle facility. They did state that there would be no funds available to renovate and do the necessary changes to that juvenile detention center there in Chinle, but that they would be able to, obviously give us their permission to make those changes. We were supposed to meet again with HES. We did offer several dates to Health Education Human Services, but it was never acted on. Around that same time, we were trying to meet with RDC on other issues as well. But, Law and Order Committee did reach out to propose dates, but again, it was never acted on. So I'm sharing this information with you because a lot of the cases dealing with juveniles being incarcerated are usually dealing with alcohol and drugs. I know that because there was a report provided to us by the prosecutor's office, prior to this meeting. In addition to that, I was a prosecutor in Crown Point, and I do recall, meeting with the juveniles there and talking with them because they were going through the system, and again, a lot of it dealt with drugs and alcohol. So we know that issue is, it is poking its head out here on Navajo Nation. It's always a question of, how do we encourage our youth to not get involved in alcohol and drugs? And I can say that, we have proposed, I know as delegates, we have proposed several projects to keep our youth busy. And sometimes those projects are not always encouraged, or they're not always supported by the community. Recently, I know that Shiprock, we got a legislation passed to give funding for a skateboard park. And I did post it on my social media page, and I received so many negative comments about that skateboard park. People made comments like it wasn't needed. People said, it's just going to be a hub for drugs and alcohol. There was so much negativity. It was really, unfortunate that this negativity came out, especially since it's regarding our youth. It seems, we try to propose these different, ideas or different proposals to try to encourage our youth to stay off of drugs and alcohol. But sometimes, we as Navajo, we wind up being our worst enemies, and that we, find something wrong with a proposal, and, we hone in on that and, make it very clear that, it's not needed. When in fact, I think that our youth really have nothing to do on the Navajo Nation. There's not any type of activities on the Navajo Nation that would encourage them to not go down to go down that path. And I think a lot of times, I know on Law and Order Committee, there's been comments made about how, it's about teaching, the youth. It's about, the culture. It's about the tradition. That's where it all starts. But at the same time, I see when I go to traditional ceremonies, I see, our youth there, and I see grandparents. I hear them talk to the youth. I hear what they have to say. I hear that teaching that's done there. But somehow, our children, go down a different path. Somehow, our children, make that decision to engage in drugs and alcohol, or alcohol, I should say, drugs and or alcohol. And it makes it very difficult, for parents. I think that, there are kids who, go down that straight path, and we, it's good to see that, and it's always, encouraging to see that. And then, there are some who don't. And I think that what you're proposing is definitely needed, because a lot of what was shared on February 2nd during the Joint Law and Order Committee and the Health Education Human Services Committee meeting was a question of, how early does this start? How does a person, get to that point? I know there was some that were saying it was youth. There was some that were saying it was a result of PTSD, which we do hear often with our veterans. But there's so many issues. in my opinion, I think that, we, the Navajo Nation, there's not very much money provided to services that are needed to help assist our community members and to help the nation. That I think that's where, we wind up, I guess, failing, is that, we could certainly, provide funding for this service. But what ultimately is going to happen is we're going to need IHS's approval. We're going to need BIA's approval on this. I think it would be wonderful if Law and Order Committee could just pass, a legislation to say that this is going to happen. This is how much money we're putting towards it. But in reality, any treatment that's provided in a detention center does need BIA and IHS approval, and that's one of the issues that Law and Order Committee has gone up to Washington, D.C. to advocate for, is that we do need those services provided by Indian Health Services to be, offered there in the jail. But in most cases, that's not what happens. So I think that, I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the teachings. I appreciate everything that you provided here to us. I don't want this report to just be a report. I really want it to move forward, and I really want it to, gain some substance behind it. So again, with the joint meeting that we had with Health, Education, Human Services, perhaps during, when we have our next joint meeting, you could be present to provide us more information, and more importantly, you can, provide us information on what we can do to try to to avoid, adults kind of falling into that way of life as well. So with that, Vice Chair, I am back, but I'm glad that you do have the chair. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to comment or provide any questions. So I'm done. So if you want to move forward, that's fine. If you want to keep the chair, that's fine. If not, I am back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll certainly give the chair back over to you after Dr. Sloman Chi makes answers your questions. And Dr. Sloman Chi, you can answer Madam Chair's questions. Thank you. You guys hear me? Dr. Sloman Chi, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you, Dr.
Okay.
Chi.
Okay. Well, thank you, Honorable So, for giving me the time to make a response, and to Madam Chair, her reflection. Madam Chair, I appreciate your reflection on the various concepts that I have presented and shared with the committee and the audience. And I agree with many of the things that's been shared here at this meeting. There is a serious need, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, and in addition to that, it's just so important that we do continue this conversation. And the other piece that I have not mentioned also is that the effects of the pandemic, what that's done to our people. We have young people. I work with schools right now, and I have young people that have lost their parents or their grandparents who were primary caretakers of them. And when there is trauma affected by our children, they're not fully skilled to appropriately respond to trauma. Therefore, it's very easy for them to say, where can I get some alcohol? Where can I get some substance and get that's a numbing effect for me? And so that's the other scenario that is here. It is in the middle of us. I mentioned one time that there's a tsunami of issues relevant to trauma that's coming when the COVID-19 first affected our communities. And now we see it. That's a national, global effort that we're putting resources into, is the mental health, stabilizing and strengthening the mental health of children, even and of course adults. I am on the Strategic Planning Committee for Bureau of Indian Education, and I'm the lead person for early childhood development. And my awareness of early childhood education, and within the Biden administration, they've specifically set monies aside for early childhood with an emphasis on mental health, due to the fact that many of our young children have lost their parents or grandparents or their primary caretakers. And so that's the other side of all that we're talking about also, is how do we, it's becoming a two-pronged effect now. One is, in terms of the dramatic trauma impact from losing our people. And the other one is, of course, the ongoing, the domestic violence, domestic abuse, those kind of issues that our children are expected to handle. Many of them they're expected to handle on their own. So we're fortunate that there, if the reports indicate that there are low incidents, there are low numbers of cases of the young people. So that when you mentioned that, Madam Chair, my thought was, on what grounds are we giving guidance to our young people when they get themselves involved in situations that they shouldn't be, that has illegal implications to their situations? And I've worked with other children in the state of New Mexico. Sometimes we've learned that the court systems or the judges or give a sentence or sentence children knowing who the family is. There's political impact on when you sentence children. I don't want him here again. I don't want this young man here again. Therefore, I'm going to tell him that, and then not send him to a detention center. Those kind of scenarios, and I guess that's why earlier I had mentioned the possibility or the notion that a deeper discussion with the Department of Justice and others that work with the children, we look at this whole thing to say, realistically, how can we really support our children? As Honorable So mentioned, we owe it to them to help them carve out a good, strong life that they can lead as they proceed into adulthood. So, and the other thing you mentioned, Madam Chair, is funding. And I believe that COVID funds or the ARA funds, American Relief Act funds, this is part of it. So I guess I'm looking at this whole thing to say, how do we make this happen? How will this be doable? How will we say it's done? It's going to happen. It's done. And begin to build on whatever we build here. And I completely understand and appreciate the fact that this is the first step that I know that I'm taking. I've done much more work with other children outside of Navajo in the state, and then along with special education. So I just wanted to emphasize the fact that yes, it's complicated, but we have each other, and I really believe that as leaders, as our the leadership that role that the council is in, you truly do have the power to say it will be done like this. And so, Madam Chair, I appreciate your reflection. And I know one of the questions that you had was, how do we encourage youth to stay away or to be sensible about any controlled substance, in this case specifically alcohol. And children are children. They're curious. Some will maybe have a splurge and pass out and all that. But the time comes when they will reflect on what they've been taught. They will say, I remember my mom said this. I remember that counselor said this. I'm not going to do it the second time or the third time. So that foundation, building the roots for our children to hang on to grapple onto, that's key. Even though they make mistakes, the roots that they have, the anchors that they have, that's what will drive them to make changes and to say, I'm not going to do it again. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sloman Chief, for your response to Madam Chair. And I see Apohnet Zani Kudo Nabik Kedo Adon the Babinash Ahadit Adanahat Hadot Aliki Adiki Hadit Yego enough needs order. Koho Ede as we continue to move with this dialogue, the other aspects, Laureen, and I think the Department of Social Services has more information on this relating to Achinabebe Ani Act. Akaho Eke Eshe Ela to Hagit La E Kun Ea did the Chinyaje Ahot Atanda Hyod Ahiki Ahot Ahlabe Ani Bikaski to Epi Gun Halit Ala Ea Ade Asia Ta E Ad Gidasto. Ako Athot Hajona that need Hala Ea in the eyes of the Western world and Navajo law, any citizen that's under the age of 18 is considered a minor. Koko epe koko ya tabash nation behs ani beh bahatit ehki ya ha ish ne kunna ash hadit ada itash behs ani dida eda ehki chinyajish big house be nza kesto na ahash to papihya. We need to have that information in there, and as we move forth with this dialogue, I think we need to have that clearly identified, because if there's nothing in the Chinabahas on the Act, and there's really nothing that's addressing this issue. And again, it goes back to what I was indicating, is that we owe this to our children. We owe this to them. What services is obligated to that child who gets incarcerated in the Navajo system, and where these programs fail to provide them these services? As we move forward this dialogue, we have to have that part identified also, and the funding resources through the COVID relief and the Title $5 and the American Rescue Plan is surely something that we can surely start looking at. The other also is Dr. Sloman Chui is correct. Is their livelihood still the same? I can attest to those children. I surely know how it feels when you lose a mother or a father at the age of 7. Yego tsuil kes khayla shama na british ni chinzil khayla shewe shidon ni chinzil ado yego tsuil kes no dan jaga ko chini yaje pa maikli khale jatli khale ola la na chinzil ahot evo has ana chinzil, because I live that. And I totally relate to those children that are in that predicament today. Whether their mother lost their parents due to COVID, or their guardian, or to other illness, or to whatever. I see mothers and fathers or children. One time, I saw this Navajo girl saying all these obscene things to her mom. I remember her. Ado nijane kona manesta nishchin na konze ni eshit nego shibe nje ya tio kodo sabik edin nish namato nze go shish mato lehtish chulan shmabet shnid I think it really it stopped that instigation there. And today, that lady, that girl that was saying those things to her mom, I still talk to her. I see. One day, I always say, The man upstairs was unfair to me. I never said anything bad to my mom, ever. Nor did I have bad thoughts or intention of my mother. But the man upstairs took her. But yet you have children out here that don't value their mothers and fathers. But I was fortunate to have my grandmother and my grandfather part of my life that I didn't need a psychologist to talk to me. One came from Phoenix every 3 months, but my grandparents were my psychologists. They kept me busy. I don't know, that shouldn't oyon. Yego shdet iho. Yego kodo yeraki. Hani tana. Amado chedo masan do ich katante. Tada yego ko ete. That is a form of PTSD these children have. And keeping me busy was a lot of what was rooted in me. And to control myself, my anger, I don't know. We need someone that really that knows us. The Navajo silver spoon, baby. Those are some of my thoughts talking about directly impacted by understanding how a Navajo child feels when they lose their mother and father. I know it. I don't know. With that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn the chairmanship over back to you. I appreciate the time. Throw the gavel. I'm going to throw the virtual gavel back over to you. Thank you.
Vice Chair, I think that gavel is barely making its way over Chester Mountain right now. Okay, I just got it. Thank you. A little morning humor for some of you.
We got a laugh.
I just want to say, I think that this issue that you brought to the Law and Order Committee is, it's a very sensitive issue that does need to be discussed, and I think that, it certainly is a service again that does need to be provided to our children. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you since the Vice Chair provided some comments. Perhaps you'd like to speak to that before I recognize another committee member, another delegate. So with that, Ms. Loman-Chi, the floor is yours.
Honorable thank you for your reflection. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Ms. Loman-Chi.
Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you. And And the various things that Honorable So mentioned, those are exactly what our children today are wrestling with. We're fortunate, like I mentioned earlier, that we are who we are today as adults. Ni nate e hui huyani ki sani huyani ki benite de e kat kote ben sitze. De dische e sanado hui hot ehigi bete hoye e beni na koko. Jun hidi adede ni chi Halet out oosters eat or left joints. Chinapata hajopa, the ado a mado a jen linigi to hajopa. A co eben natricoko. Con dibe inlay, dibe in sin case, dibe na chinabaji anti. Ado a chine na dibe inlay. Put a jis iho abi rahile. So, but the Niniki Dobit on Nihiki Jo Ishi Atadi Ne. A cod Adodo or Honik Yushi Hot and Himadon his jet I get an eke. Sheish Mado Shizet Zada a yes. Zada a water based a hagit Shahalia Hol Jish Ado a Kate and Stit as. I could end Jashi Ahuyani Sally or Shamados Jashati Ash De Ishtided at the Bassa. Eshadat ni a hot Esa de Chaniyaja Hobbit Ego Esa hot. Lay Hatin, this Dean Benachide at the Napadini Yisle at the Kehanan Hanat Shattle. A co a digi halet archne you bit scat got all nil a coedo ovik a dishli ovik a hodishchi ovik a nast of dolle the don ligi jojo a betracht on la ligi halet a yohito as so a digi shiba yadil ki kodi benigi ko a head not. Not so yes, and I don't know what I call it. Not fun kitchen. I don't honorable. So thank you very, very much for all that you have shared with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lomanchi. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, we do have a motion and a second for this report. We'll go ahead and vote to accept the report. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, I can do the roll call vote.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer.
Okay, Honorable Ms. James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Rich James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Madam Chair, you have a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting, which includes the Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, is chairing the meeting. Honorable Eugene So not vote, and Honorable Ibn Yazzie not voting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed on. Ms. Loman, Chief. Oh, Lorraine, did you get that? Honorable Eugene So said he voted green.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, please note that Honorable Eugene So has joined the meeting. So with that, Ms. Loman-Chi, thank you for the presentation, and your report has been accepted here by the Law and Order Committee. You are excused at this time.
Thank you very much to everybody, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have a report from Chief Justice Joanne James, the Judicial Branch, and Jesse Delmar, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, on the infrastructure legislation for public safety using ARPA funds. Do we have the presenters on the line at this time?
Chief Francisco is here, filling in for Mr. Delmar.
Good morning, Chief Francisco. Do we have anybody from Judicial Branch on the line? Second call for Judicial Branch.
Madam Chair, this is Karen Francis. I am in contact with Chief Justice to get her on the line. As you recall, she had another meeting that she was attending to, so she should be on shortly.
Thank you for that, Karen. So with that, committee members, we do have half of the presenters who are currently on the line. Just to be clear, Chief Justice did inform the committee last week on our meeting that she would be probably a little late because she had a meeting with the other district judges. So it sounds like she's still on that meeting. So we can give her a little bit of time to get on the line, but we do have we do have the Chief of Police, Mr. Philip Francisco, who is on the line. He will be assisting Director Jesse Delmar with this conversation. So committee members, we can, if you want, give the Chief Justice just a little bit of time, and we can go ahead and proceed forward to discuss the next item on the agenda, and then we can come back to this report. How would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair.
Or the other option is we could entertain legislation number 0093-21 and then come back to the report. How would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Aroso,
Yes.
You have the floor.
Well, let's go ahead and go on to the next item on the agenda, and then we'll come back to the to when Madam Chief Justice comes on the line. Or if we can go ahead and hear public safety's proposal, and then move on. Then we can come back to when Chief Justice gets on the line.
Okay, so we can go ahead and then we'll just go ahead and motion to hear the report, and I'll need a second. That will mean that the Chief of Police will be providing us the report from the Department of Public Safety, and we can wait for Chief Justice Jane to get on the line. So with that, can I get a motion and a second?
Motion by Aruso.
Motion made by Honorable Aruso. Can I get a second? Second call for a second. committee members, we do need a second. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Vince James, can we get a second to hear the report from the Chief Justice and the Director for Department of Public Safety?
This is Delegate James. I'm not going to second the motion. We pay a big salary for these two top individuals, the Division Director and Chief Justice, to be on the line to provide their plans that they oversee of their programs. So that's the reason why I'm not doing a second. Thank you.
Okay, with that, this is the third and final call for the report from the Department of Public Safety and the Judicial Branch. We do have a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Chief Justice Jane, is that you?
Yes, it is. Madam Chair, I've been on the line since about 11:20 this morning and on the line, and I was trying to get on and I was doing *6 and it wouldn't let me in a few minutes ago. But I have been on the line since about 11:20 waiting for this. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I apologize. Thank you for letting us know. So with that, we do have Chief Justice Jane on the line, and then we also have Chief of Police Philip Francisco, who is also on the line, who will be providing us a report on the infrastructure needs for Department of Public Safety and then also for Judicial. We do have a motion on the floor made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second? Last and final call for a second. Not hearing a report or not hearing a second. I apologize, Chief Francisco and also Chief Justice, but there is not a second to hear the report. So I will be reaching out to Mr. Delmar and also you, Chief Justice Jane, to see if we can talk a little bit more about the legislation, but it will not be heard here today at Law and Order Committee. I do apologize. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward on the agenda since the report from the Chief Justice and also Department of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, didn't receive a second. We'll move down to item 5C on the agenda, which is discuss and provide a date for a non-formal work session on Navajo Nation public safety. Just as a recap, the work session is on the public safety facilities, the 105 Lease program. I believe that we did select a date. However, there was not a second at that time. There was a motion made for a date, but not a second. So we weren't able to schedule that meeting regarding the 105 Lease program. The date that has been selected is, I believe it was Friday, July 8th at 4 o'clock, or I'm sorry, yeah, at 4 o'clock p.m. So if you, committee members if you're available at that time, that has been the date that has been selected so that BIA can give us more information on the 105 Lease program and how we can assist the public safety infrastructure needs that will be presented to us. We can go ahead and we can schedule that meeting. So that is the purpose of having this discussion on the agenda. Are there any questions or comments regarding this part of the agenda?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
July 8th, again, I think I got 1 o'clock correct. And I believe that's
4.
Say it again, I'm sorry. At 4 o'clock?
Yes, 4 o'clock p.m. on July 8th.
Okay, July 8th is the Nabakiat Committee meeting. The first or the second and fourth Thursdays of the month. And most likely that will be conflicting with Nabakiat Committee. And maybe another date would be good. Beside the because at that time it's going to be conflicting with Nabakiat Committee, and then maybe the July 9th would be a better date. At and we'll start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Friday.
They do have an opening on July 9th, which is that Friday at 4 o'clock. Will that work?
I'm good for 4 o'clock. Afternoon's fine for me. Anytime in the afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Lorraine, what we're going to do is on this part, I will need a motion and a second. And this is to select that formal date of Friday, July 9th at 4 o'clock p.m. And this is the conversation with BIA regarding the 105 Alley program.
I will make a motion, Vice Chair.
Motion made by Honorable Otto Stowe. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? To select the date of Friday, July 9th at 4 o'clock.
Okay, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Eugene So,
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we do have a date selected for our meeting with the Bureau of Indian Affairs regarding the 105 LEAP program. We'll go ahead and move forward on the agenda. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and move forward to old business. There is none. New business, we do have legislation number 0093-21. Do we have Honorable Daniel So on the line?
Oh, yeah, there's the other. I'm still on the line. So I'm ready.
Thank you for that. Okay. So with that, Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the legislation into the record, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Tracking number 0093-21, an act relating to law and order, education and human services, Nabakiat committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending section 1703E of the Navajo Nation Child Support Enforcement Act, Title 9, Navajo Nation Code. This will move forward to HES, Nabakiat and Navajo Nation Council. And the document is that are attached are Exhibit A which is a letter from Administration for Children and Families, Office of Child Support Enforcement, May 19, 2021, to Jonathan Nez, President of Navajo Nation. And it has gone through 5-day comment process, and there are no comments received. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you for that. I did forget to get a motion and a second on this legislation. So can I get a motion and a second to hear this legislation?
Eugene So, thank you.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second by Vice Chair.
Second made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, Honorable Daniel So, you have presented to this committee before. The rules have not changed. Do you have any questions regarding the procedure before we turn the floor over to you?
No questions.
Thank you for that, Honorable So. So with that, the floor is yours. Honorable So, I apologize if you, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and ask the committee members first. Committee members, we can do this two ways. One is if you have a question, we will turn the floor over to Honorable Daniel So that he can present this legislation. Or two, if the committee is ready to proceed forward with a vote, we can go ahead and proceed forward with the vote. So how would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair, I would like to hear Honorable So's to hear this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Honorable Daniel So, there is a question on the floor. So you'll have 15 minutes to present your presentation. If you need additional time, just let the committee know. We'll be happy to give you additional time. So with that, Honorable So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Members of the Law and Order Committee, Shikato, Shidanashates, and Aquagi. Sato, Navajo has on Igi, Ndo Kans, Igu Aya, I guess even yes, it shows. Sisako, Ndo Kans, Do Hashing so I don't create. Oh, at Ahigi by Bakafri Anni. Machines on to share. I see Kajoba Winton or Liki or Sato and Casio here. I see Ado Conshi Nejachin Jo at the evening. So, Kunde I see Chin Zego. I see to ego ea. They Nielsen, a mother Janet, Lenigido, Chedo, another than it, Lenigico. I told her she at a Sagon 8 winter Nigito Vigata. So, Kunde Sato A arts, which a another Negit to a not only it long a mother. Je Quilcho on to citizen a by a discussion at no castle and Jonon Siki story, Jono a Sato in Sato is so to Lecto a Yotha or Lecto ne Ledo a Sato a Sato Vegas Street or Lake. You see, Ben Yaki H. 45 CFR be it Yasato Sad is the child means any person up to and including at least 18 years of age, and who is not emancipated. So what AA 46 CFRB so kwajin hinni bez nigi a kahawat hinni bez ani kat isogi a child is any person under the age of 18 who is not emancipated. Kwagi sadndo masigi a hinni bez anigi. A child means any person under the age of 18. And that's on page 3 of 4 of the legislation. And what the new language will read, child means any person up to and including at least 18 years of age. Kwagi age sadno kasigi what out of the Kutcha Legislative Council Ron Haven na so skadi lado Kwagi I see hajo undor nature nature sad Kwagi nays cons day what Sato Shaba Honosendoli. Without AD legislation, Ibahas Vitoli. Excuse me, it's on CFR 45 309.90 ARB. So he Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you and stand for questions.
Thank you for that, Honorable. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding legislation 0093-21?
Madam Chair, got this a clarification. Thank you.
Vice Chair Otto, still the floor is yours.
Mr. Honorable Daniel Saul for bringing this amendment of Title 9, Section 1703 E, and redefining the I know we're redefining the definition of action or yagi aro action child support aje betet gi aje shi behz ani it aro ti Washington de be nihikje ade what's imposed by the federal regulation upon Indian communities such as the Navajo Nation, subjecting ourselves to the federal code of regulations. And in my mind, a child is from Betichito to the hour that he or she turns the age of 18. Tabits at Datoy watch ya Behaz Anik again, they are adults. I'm hoping that we're not subjecting anything over the age what it is what does this mean for a citizen who is turning 18 in 2 minutes? With redefining this amendment here, how would it impact them if that child, that citizen was receiving child support? Will child support be continued through the whole age of that citizen when he or she is 18? That's all. Thank you.
Chairman Daniel Stone, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to answer the question posed by Vice Chair Otto.
Kusila, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Otto Satilla, Vice Chair Otto. So basically, previously we had Honorable Charlene So sponsor the legislation, and it went all the way to the Navajo Nation Council, and we adopted it. And the legislation proceeded to the federal government. And in there, the federal government saw this, what we adopted was being different from what was at 45 CFR 0.309.90. And what it does is, if a young person at the age of 18 still lives with their mom and dad or a guardian, then they will still receive child support, the support monies to help them. So the key word, emancipated, meaning they haven't made any, an 18-year-old up to 18 and 364 days can still receive support from a parent. So that's the key there. The word emancipated. So that's why, and to make our kids eligible, that's the reason that this legislation is brought forward. And the funds from the Child Support Enforcement Division would still be able to secure those funds for them on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chairman. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
One area, so how would this be contradicting to anything relating to criminal? Washington, as you turn 18, you are a legal adult. And if they are receiving payments, child support, and so forth, you know, things like that. The contradicting is that we're still saying they're still a child at 18. And then you have the Navajo, or you have whether it's Navajo Nation Code or state or federal, indicating that they're an adult. But yet we have tribal policies saying and that's the part that I really have an issue with. if there was federal legislation indicating that, that the 18, they might as well just say that you're an adult until you're 19 years old, up to 19 years old. And I see, kids. So I just have a concern on that, but I guess it's to try to help our mothers out there, or no correction, our single parents out there who are receiving child support on behalf of their children, of the absent parent. And I know that this is a way to try to answer that question there. But does this issue, for instance, you have the Arizona State, the Navajo Nation doesn't have their own child support laws. It's just what they adopt from each state. And does this child support law coincide with the adopted regulation from New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona? Does it coincide with the state regulations, or that the Navajo Nation has adopted and made their own? So it is not.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Judy Platero with the Child Support Services. I'm the program manager, and I'm online. Thank you, Ms. Platero, for making your announcement. So with that, Chairman, the floor is yours to ask the question posed by Vice Chair Otto.
Yes, if I may, I'd like to turn it to Ms. Platero, my agent. I didn't realize she was on the call. I'm just operating off the iPhone. I pulled off of Highway 550 to sponsor this legislation. If I may, call on Ms. Platero.
Ms. Platero, the floor is yours. Goshina Yant Ancient, I could Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and also could Shanant I, Honorable Daniel So too. O'Shea Ya Judy Platero Yinshia, Ado could Child Support Services ya audition on this instance. And the Quagga legislation, ya they indicate they of course Mr. So could delegate so thank you very much. Audit law and order and he's a could and he's not agi shahat because the intent of this let me go back first, special on February 11, 2021, yet this legislation was signed by the Navajo Nation president after going through the different committees, and that resolution is CJA-05-21. That's what the this new revised amended Child Support Act as a federal program, we are required to send a plan amendment to our funding agency, the Administration for Children and Families, the Office of the Child Support Enforcement. April 20th, after gathering some information, some other plan amendments that we had let our funding agency know. The Child Support Act revised and amend the Liagi, but this is the one that's going through legislation.
as being federally funded. We have our CFR that we have to go by. CFR 309, child support final rules. Ako gibig kon hinanda shite Nielsen do regulations and laws that ada ebig ako akwaike na ite kid the kwaike child support act niki baka go the age 18 niki that don't need baka language ki ajon that the establishment of paternity for any child up to and including at least 18 years of age. What they saw on the under section 1703, which is the definition of it says that the child means any person under the age of 18 who is not emancipated according to the laws of the Navajo Nation, including at least 18 years of age. CFR ayan hidin need ako get the definition niki for the plan amendment that we have sent in legislation niki definition niki Department of Justice no Chris Snyder the Department of Justice Ron Haven legislation legislation the kodo snant I auto so na it kidasto dinle achana 18 but not I don't know what you ikisha no kodo na it kid ako nike Child Support Act aja kodo by the winst ida dot through the Navajo Nation Council this language was added this language is on there. It says there's no statute of limitations shall be effective to prevent establishment, modification, and or enforcement of parentage or child support of any child from birth until the child reaches the age of 18. It goes on. This is the language that was added. So long as child support has been established by a hearing tribunal, having proper jurisdiction and having provided due process to all parties prior to the child or children having attained the age of 18 years of age. Any arrearages that have accumulated prior to the age of emancipation remain subject to collection and enforcement. Child support law here on Nigot and New Mexico Arizona we don't use New Mexico law and we don't use Arizona law on child support. Navajo Nation Child Support Act child support
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, that would be Ms. Platero's response to give better, clearer, or be more clear on the intent and purposes of the legislation, and to answer Honorable Vice Chair So's questions. We yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, another follow-up.
Vice Chair Otto So, we'll go ahead and go to you, and then after that, we'll go to Honorable Eugene So. Vice Chair?
Yeah, it sounds like when the first legislation that was brought related to Honorable Charlene So brought forth to the council, and this is something that the federal government has requested to in line with the federal CFR. And I do get that, but the anticipation of a child being identified as an adult, I know with amendment to the to a certain provision of the code, it requires law and order to be part of the conversation. And I really hope that program does not continue to go for little bitty things to go back and forth and say, oh, we forgot about this one. We forgot about this one. And this should have been caught when Honorable Charlene So brought the legislation forth. And as a program director, I guess that person is probably like a manager, something that they overlooked. But what I'm indicating is that when these amendments and policies happen, I would like to see the program to be on top of everything, not to come back and piecemeal things. So, Dr. Sloman Chi, I asked you. So does this mean that, a person who is, receiving support through the whole age of 18, but when you in the system will continue to identify them as some sort of a minor, but by tribal policy, they're treated as adult once they're 18. Alcohol I do try to support the single parents out there to try to give them resources. Absent parents out there are not doing their fair share of raising their children. And I know that's what the Child Support Office is meant for. I know of a person in Gap who just goes round and round with the Western Agency's Child Support Office. It just runs into a little wall again, and no, you live toward this individual was told you live near Page, but you apply with Page, and I remember telling the individual, why are they telling you that you live on Navajo jurisdiction? You don't live within off Navajo jurisdiction, but the I should ask, but we up at the these irregularities about ulta. And you hear it there at the local level. But I really hope that we do nip this and get it all out of the way, because definitely, you know, for instance, like high school seniors, there's some high school seniors that just turned 18 at the age, you know, during the summertime. And, you know, their child supports are probably, and some might have ended, you know. And what will happen to those? You know, we did change the policy, CJA dash 0521, I think that's what it was, what was cited. So when that was signed into law, what will happen to those children who turned the age of 18? That identifies them with current law up to 18. Or and it goes back to some of the things that we talk about is at the local level. And right now, those children that turn 18 right now, say in 2 minutes, with this chong, 12:30, with this chingo, and they're going to turn 18 at 12:30 today, or not 12 or 1:30. I'm sorry, Navajo time is 1:30. What will happen to that child's child support payment if do they lose out? And you know, someone at that office dropped the ball on this. And the protection and the interests of our Navajo children is something that should have been thought of, and these things shouldn't have slipped through. And now I do support this, but what I'm getting to is that the program has dropped the ball. Whenever this legislation gets to the president, from the day that CJA-05-21 to whenever this legislation is signed into law, you know, but I really hope it's the program is looking at any retro. That way, these children that turn 18 in between, you know, maybe a child have turned 18 on March, St. Patrick's Day, but there's children. You know, that person's out of luck in my eyes. It says up to 18. Even the programs get the Diego. Dan hatan ito pandato kio panos. Paro le o na abas na to chia. De ti kadi na to le ti na to ni. Hajoben da ko betkaginan te hike. That little gap there is those children that turn 18 is what I worry about now. You know, whether this legislation will provide resources to that single parent that's raising them, that's at home. And I guess to the absent parent that's paying the child support, it's probably a plus to them that they're only responsible up to 18, what the current law says. So as is amended in the 18 binacha bedacha do wasonda and back to our Department of Justice attorneys. DOJ, if you're on the line, you, niya. And this legislation went for legal sufficient. It required DOJ to sign off. And it's something that you overlook. And we get back into our constituency area and say, hi, this and social worker counselor na kibod yates that's the bishman has has ani do on the these policy revisions, things that is solely on the program. I'm glad that this legislation is to be corrected, but program again, the Department of Justice, and that time, when do we hold programs responsible for little things like this that they overlooked? What do we do to say, hey, you overlooked this? I really appreciate Honorable Daniel So for bringing this legislation forth to correct this. But right now, with CJA dash 05 dash 21, the cabinet, whenever this legislation, those Navajo children that turned 18, how are they? I really hope that this is a retro for them also, because a father or the absent parent can easily say, hey, Navajo law was changed to indicate up to 18 on whatever date that we passed it. And now you have this legislation saying, including up to the age of 18, when the child is not separated from their parent that's raising them. They're going to test the system. And this is where I say, any program. And the dialogue from the federal agency to our Department of Justice and our programs here that deal with the federal agencies should be on top of these things. Go there. I support this legislation, but it baffles me that someone dropped the ball over there in the child support office, and then coming to program there. Maybe one suggestion is, I know if there's a parent who is the single parent trying to raise their children, that's battling the system. I think that's another area, Chairman, so that we need to get some sort of public hearings pertaining to child support from our single parents that are raising children. What challenges are they having with the system? Whether they are just applying or they are already in the system. I indicated that I know of an individual that is just told, oh, we can't locate the father, we can't do this, we can't. So how Ai o yo be na hotel. It o don chunch and late hestra aj is and when child support comes, social service comes back on the agenda, I will have these questions for our social services or our child support office, you know. And if it's going on in Western Agency, it's going on in Chin Lake, Northern Agency, Eastern, Fort Defiance. And yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, Honorable Eugene So.
I mean, nale. Was it kiss? Was it sit? Don't shit. So, I he's going 18. I don't believe that's a good law. And when I said that he has 18 up to yeah. I believe that's we just out the gun like assisting out out the shit out that means that actually he can't. So I just add has it on the with straight A's. Also, that has the exception physically, emotionally, or psychological, etc. They don't put Asia. They don't put Tanakis. I don't. The Tanakis. The 18 Nini. And what's the age you see based on you? If they're going to go to college or university, that's when the parent who's taking care of the kids will meet more money. Asia. The only 21 or 22 years of age, or more. And the child and which became adult is not working. Which parents want to take care of that? Quite often, that's a question. On panel, it's at the Nacha, question to the Iliedo. Pizza at the Nacha, or no go. I'm not kin Lachala. The net ashes are by that they're all not the same. The law is for people that are all the same. Regards to humans, banza case or never like banza case or so we're this legislation don't go that route. Or and everybody is the same. They're all smart or whatever. Credits based on another thing is last Twitter needs Bastion up again. So that be the base of money wise. So a base of your kid. And some from the court need later of it only. The son of a Gaho. Out of Navajo, Shinto getting it now, it goes back to the father. And then at the same time, paying child support to the woman with another man. They don't add a cruel shin has or that or that hasn't. The whole chin is lazy stomach in the isle. They are just things none of us, but chin a papa hashing. But I know that that's it. I could tell shit has the Navajo nations as on it, and she tribe is different than the Western world. So we always come up with the Western laws. it don't really coincide with the way we live on the Navajo Nation. They what on Casey, Eddie. I just think about it and marble it around and see what we can come out of what color. On so on should all go. I don't believe it should end at 18. When you turn 18, you get no more child support because people are different as on it. So actually high school is cut. And then they make it more, like I said, 21 to 22 because they're going to be in college. That's when they really need money. They're on their own, but who's helping them? A mother child support, and this person, the son or the daughter is now 18 and he's in college or she's in college, and how is the mom or the dad going to take care of that? So important, that child support enforcement. It needs to be, like I say, marvel around and see what kind of color we can get out of it. Or your mom is a case or the open del can hello. Or their crack on Nick and Halon rate or your hot egg or area. I think we can go that route. But other than that, we're on the Navajo Nation. We're not in the Western world. Thank you.
With that, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to the sponsor, Chair So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I guess, in a way, the intent of this legislation is so that the program can issue support to the children where there are cases of an absent parent. It allows them, and that's the intent and purpose. Then the program can go seek reimbursement from the absent parent. This legislation, which are federal regulations, Miss Judy Terrell, with that, Madam Chair, we turn the floor back over to you.
Ms. Platero, the floor is yours. Thank you for those questions. Let me go back to the law. December 1996, the child support law, or Alia Alia Hagi Dishji, the Egia, Isagosaho and Dalia, at the Inishigi Big Echo. Ita started the 18 years of age, Naneta, Atalia. Ako edo saho ilnesta it atit afut retroactive ninigia the Navajo Nation Court, the Navajo Nation Supreme Court bibe case law the whole ako retroactive viki bahaten ako ebik aho they need nistot ebik aho a Department of Justice state go a young kika that with our cases on the case law that hagi the big ako ahot adal ne ako
Ada or non-custodial parent, die absent parent, Niniki, do ajad ya absent parent dan leader. Sako asto amma asto absent parent dan law ko ya ajad dan Liniki aja dan segi aja besa yit and they ye let sto ako if saho sak at the trend ani ashinil ko danil ido ba ni sense kareya ajan Liniki o hayuko ko ya chania gente escort ado data kwage Tuba City the Niniki Tuba City the Nashal additional data child support office gonna assist ako kwage ya they have 1,203 cases, child support cases. Out of that 1,203 cases, 1,155 of those cases have a court order. Of 48 cases, to get a court order. Obligated percentage how many cases do have an obligation. They're at 96% of obligation here at Tuba City. 18 beta go ado sa tashin order bata liata sa ahodat za kudo staff sometimes kakot saho tide nalsos nin so that epich enda will that etapich enda il saho ko hayu nihe absent parent dan liniki so dit ato aspotal na ko ta ya ko anda has kai sto ko edat sto Allah ko adat any that in dit adult child support ya the custodial parent a son and legal that son and legal ado non sat the nation nanat asin de kodo base of it na hal ya hat niniki astot afat a konte kodo ya tide lay child support guidelines but the niniki it gives credit to the absent parent though the custodial parent asa ani non such a go bachin na hotlongo ya babestainil got a subsequent family credit the ne ako hit ego bahpan si case go hot ya a quite percentage ado at the syndicate the Department of Justice percentage ako hat she at the iznagi ya we have to find out if they are legally sufficient in what we're doing. Ako hot that is on ko quite a batch and auto list didn't college go to this kai ki no sto hot that it ajo nigo hot just a base or you at conlay 21 don't they 22 they not side mean the hot and the ya can't has on laid all yahata 18 hot need ko hot condition on ne o base on pala did sahot another go to ya did lawmakers hot on kitchen that need either kodo hot on kikan dashwo ako quite ya hot on could another adole kodo comment to question Italiaki hot edo leston had the lesson and after the Siniki contankation of Tago.
Thank you for that, Ms. Platero. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for I'm sorry, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
just get that the turn so that isn't sure. This as Chile is make a shindig. Yeah, it's actually on a kagi. Akashia, that's the it's not ye is a child support. No, Argent is saying that I think it is. There is sometimes none so as has been asked about now. No, but Ed Atina is says action a corner. A ship asked about now has so don't let it all send back. Now has not ni is sneeze a artist. The absent parent was the man, so he was told to pay child support. Ordered. In time, a lady found another man. The man didn't want the kids of the father, the absent parent. So the kids came back to the absent parent, and he's living with the kids and taking care of them. But at the same time, the child support order, he's still paying the woman with another man that would have kids with another man. But his own kids, he's taking care of it, but still paying child support. And that's some issues I heard. Even over Krabi Hasi, and then like you said, laws can be changed. Give us that law that says law cannot be now. Other than let's change it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene So. Are there any other questions before I turn it back over to the presenter?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, go ahead.
Yes, I believe my question pertaining to the children that fell into the gap here. How will this provision protect those children? The children that became as of age of 18, the day the president has amended CJA 0-05-21 to whenever this amendment is done. What will happen to those children, child support, when they turn 18? Will the system be able to assist them? Will the system be able to accommodate them? Or we'll just send them a letter indicating, the policy doesn't address you. And you're just one of those unlucky ones that the system is not gonna assist you. And just wondering what's gonna happen to them. So, thank you.
I'll turn the floor back over to Chairman So. Chairman So, are you still with us? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Lorene.
Okay, hear you.
Was on the line. Daniel So.
Did he drop off the line?
I believe so, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Judy. I can answer those questions.
All right, Ms. Platero, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you while we wait for Chairman So to get back on the line. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your question, Mr. So, Honorable Eugene So. The scenario that you described, aja e yan ille kuja amai pach yeah, actually, as you get your aja banat nil ko aja ge ek adachdiya today ish. Egit ago ajan lenike ek khodon kisna hotol ne. Ohot on kisna hol ne go ya the hearing officer but honna del I kwake. Ako aja ya kwake hot ero lesson kit that ni a kwake ako ya on the head on Kilbaz and Alchania Jige could go a jab on not Nelgo. A jan Lenigi Apeya hold net got ya or hot could open Bendadilnish. A magi sto nigo, a dolchin nash esta nigo. A sto hot quagge hot the administrative hearing to go call a quagge hot a conde the child support obligation holon de go a conde a cadet and a sleen de go child support arrearage holon go a co ya sto the hearing officer will deal with that too haladol nifty quagge arrears yaki ato ilya no quagge hot so auto that's in a ruling in a hearing dolly. Auto a cohort so they need to come to the office, let us know that they do have the children back in their custody or in their care. Auto sagi ya dilchiniajik 18 beta haikido ado da ya kudoba aliaki o sahotan sahot ako nihe child support services they go we have lost jurisdiction do leilchiniaja 18 bena haiti akunde the Navajo Nation court to ajago and nahot ako ajashi ya not the Ascot that ya bah as got con the Jeniche ya 18 it didn't after the Ninigi 18 Niki ya after 18 but not go paternity aliago urgent that determination is made or that order is made go after the 18 out of the child support obligation hanel not but na halgedo le higiti chiniajiki so only 18 de young has ado stot hananat arrears kolonko ita court order aliago konel not na helledo le don't need de go the absent parent ako atin de sambaha ago jo atin de ni ledo de aston la in the agent skodo le ako hot did nke law and liniki do kodo Department of Justice ko go advised dan ke hot but they need niche ako niri sa ko za kwake a man liniki child support hearings ban state kwage immediate sa kwage a man linigi ado na hol neta ko jagi quick for the ya na that dictionary je ash ish at no ya kwage ya hol ne ko ya kwage ya na so ya yicha la dictionary je ya kwage shinash is so that no a hearing officer gi kwage yilla junnan sakona so be other husband la yadik adna child support na hella yak adole eya yedini the ko hutza a ko dik at chniajane eshiki ape eya kwaige kitna hol that go a kut atza a ko jo could on the Hudson go child support office the a hot odd eya kodo eya ben that deal. Otherwise we wouldn't know. There's those circumstances of what agi a call quite a young kid and a hana adult quite na kigo kudo na ide kidigi. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we have Chairman So back on the line? Committee members, are there any questions at this time for the presenter?
Oh, it's no, so. She shouldn't have had that, no, but this question, so, Tico, an idiot, the East Tragi, what an idiot, shut up, because they be up, no, they were had all the clinic, so a crack artisan, shut Yobin that. Craig it as a call up the door donuts cart. What age on need so in load of gas or maybe a few months later or a year later and check on what's going on. Could that age check it and so on this occasion there. I then nearly out as I laid to check on the kids if they're doing all right or maybe work with the social service, etc. Could that age on the combine you can't have them. So even the addition, I don't know if it has any of any. I see the way I don't order enough and I don't order enough and I stand here and I think actually language. Any word, something that's conflicting with the way of life on the Navajo Nation, keep it to us. That's what we're here for. I don't what even I don't order enough. If it doesn't really coincide with the people's way of life on the Navajo Nation, you should be aware of it and then tell and bring it over and ask the council to amend it or rescind it or revise the whole situation, the whole code or section. You see, begin a hard time. So I don't really want to hear something that says there's only unknown now. So I don't overcate the no car if it's not right for the people. It is yet all on this Sunday. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, are there other questions or comments before I turn it back over to the presenter?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
Do we have a co-sponsor on the legislation? That's number one. Number two, since Mr. Honorable Daniel Phil is not on the line, I would suggest that maybe we take a maybe have
I'm
Lorraine
on the line.
reach out to him.
I'm on the line.
And, we can recess for a short while until he gets back on the line because we don't have a sponsor.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I believe the sponsor is on the line. Chair Daniel, so are you on the line?
I am on the line.
Okay, with that, we do have a sponsor on the line. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor at this time to answer the questions posed by Honorable Eugene So. Chairman So?
I did not get the question.
Honorable Eugene So, can you repeat the question for Chairman So, please?
It's not really for Chairman So, it's for his agent.
Chairman So, if you'd like to call upon your agent to answer the question, that'll be fine.
Yes, I'd like to call on Miss Judy Plutero to answer the question.
Nana Shahat or the Kuroshan and I don't know Senegi, are nighty Kidiki, ya, Kudo, Halit yet over that, and the Haka in the Nenegi. Our policy and our Child Support Act allows us, or our policy does state that we have to send a letter to both parties, the custodial parent and the non-custodial parent, every 3 years for a review of their child support case. So we do allow that at that time. Some do reply and others do not reply. Those that do reply, we will take whatever action is necessary. If they did not reply, they're just left as is, of course. So we do have a review every 3 years for all our child support cases. Thank you.
Thank you for that from Ms. Platero. With that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
That brings up more questions, but I'll just leave it there, maybe later.
Okay, with that, not hearing any other questions or comments, I think we are ready to proceed forward with the vote. Is that correct, committee members? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Bench James. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Bench James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Bench James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent. Honorable Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, the legislation number 0093-21 hereby passes, and it does proceed forward to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. So with that, Chairman Daniel So, your legislation moves forward. We appreciate your time. You're hereby excused.
Within the site of the... Honorable Chair Charles Newton, I appreciate the action of the committee. Shikado Sitanas, Shitchezana, so Chinam I, quite gig Satoba Hatigi, I see, Sheikh Winston Dor Satoshi, Hajo E. Panchaki, so A. Nas make the Ikato Leto, Adoquaki, Miss Judy Otero, thank you for bringing your expertise on to answering the questions for our distinguished Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chairman. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward on with our agenda. We are now at the close of the meeting. Before I ask to a motion to adjourn, I'd like to ask committee members if there are any announcements at this time.
Oh, you can go.
Not hearing anything, can I ask for a motion and a second to adjourn?
Shema, this is Delegate Kellen. I'm on the line. If we could give me a few minutes.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Shitsui. Delegate Kielen Bigay, I apologize. We are supposed to talk about when we can head out to Chinle to hear the concerns of the mini farms community. So with that, committee members, as you all know, we did have to postpone our visit to the Chinle community. I would like to ask the committee members at this time when we can head back out. But before I do that, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to Shitsui, Honorable Kielen Bigay.
Shimado Kudo, Law and Order Committee members, Masliniki, Declan Honorable Kudo, Nishan Hunzach Hall Gij. Shimad, I'm sure there was a good reason in canceling or postponing the public hearing that was scheduled for Friday in Chinle. Obviously, we can't control these unforeseen situation that comes up, but kudo atahanaki jo ani at ordinate dante. How nashi ben natahno akon. I like to request formally kudo how nashi and reschedule and that long habohanet shama. Law Order Committee members must indicate ado only up in the agenda to schedule a daily at Ashi out Ago Ben Nahono Ayat Eto Lesson. Hala Yisiki, the Nen Linigi, Jokodo, the Niheto, Nidia, Nabikia soft hit or huge. Only her want it Nahuit Eto, her want it in the house, Eto, her want the hot, Edo, what the hot, Eto no. To a Satoshi, but that it did. Hitne and Liniki Ajuko, Bend in the Haleko, Aju, Yego, the big Kitato, Yego, but is the baby and the Huishna. A corn hilla hit Alcodo, Yego, baby catty, Lesiki, Baban Babandit, in Sto, Baban Yadil, Joe Alban, Ecuador, Shama, O Codona, or Kandinki, Hitchin, non Ado Lake. Ko add when I don't need the shame the age kodo last chapter linigito hishin kodo the kushi la the shin hon net of this candela ko so that's such badness for not getting the information ko jo kwagi ki sate but we try to provide a situation or ask for an understanding. So I just like for the committee to reconsider, or not reconsider, to reschedule the public hearing. Shamat Ashoned on Hidini Dole Shisuzedo, Akudo being Jahasi Dole.
Yeah, Shitsui, and we do apologize for having to reschedule. We did have 2 committee members who had emergencies at that time. So we do apologize. So with that, committee members, if you could pull out your calendars and tell me what day you are available to head to Chinle to hear the concerns of the Many Farms community. I believe that at this point, Ms. Spencer, I think we have a BIA meeting that we just scheduled. What day was that on?
Madam Chair, that's on July 9th at 4 p.m. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we do have July 9th, but we do have a meeting scheduled at 4 o'clock. The other option, I believe, is we could do next Friday. Oh no. Yeah, the next Friday, June 25th. Option is to schedule it on July 2nd. Which is both days are on a Friday. Do we have any preference from the committee members?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto, go ahead.
Yes, I propose next week, Tuesday, on the 22nd, after our Law and Order Committee meeting. Let's have it on the 22nd. Let's spend the day in Chinle. And thank you.
Tuesday, the 22nd. Are we good with that, committee members?
Can I ask a question first?
Yes. By Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Regards to a public hearing, what kind of regulation is there? Do we have something in the code how it should be done? I know sometimes we have public hearing, but people don't really aware of what a public hearing is. So your better has an e-taggy, right? All the go is out nasa. Has ani kahogo. The Khalid ilne the Queen R's is a big Anhaiti, Toast Anhaiti, also Nakahati, I don't become Hetsia, Hida recorded Illa, etc.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Eugene. So, Honorable Eugene, so as you know, in 2019, the Law and Order Committee held several public hearings throughout the Navajo Nation. I believe we visited a lot of the chapters during that time. We were supposed to go into 2020, however, the pandemic hit. So I don't believe that we have anything in the code that states how public hearings should be scheduled, but we did host many of them in 2019. Do we have Troy on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here listening in.
Troy, can you provide an answer to the question posed by Honorable Eugene So?
Yes, the understanding is that there is really no true basis as to how the hearings, and I think when I was speaking with Ms. Bobroff on this topic several days back, we would also recommend that I think the term hearing is a little bit too, because they're technically not hearings, they're more like forums. So if you want to change the verbiage from a hearing to a forum, that would be more amenable to what the mission is, to get the community's involvement and comments. But I looked at the code, and there's really no true setting as to how the order of the meetings are going, but we just try to ensure and advise that obviously all the logistics got to be put in place, even if they're still abiding by the CDC guidelines, the social distancing involved, masking, including I ran a quick email by Ms. Spencer last week, just trying to ensure that the logistics were set regarding how are they going to do the comment portion of it? Is there going to be time limitations involved? And who's going to actually do the tracking and recording of the comments? So those will just be the mainly criteria that would have to be abided by, but there's really no set rules as to these forums being conducted, including the mission is to, of course, hear what the issues of the community are, but they're not set to go out and more or less single out any specific person, like a supervisor or anybody that's handling within that section. That would be my response, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Troy. And again, just to be clear, committee members, we have had similar, they're not hearings, but we have heard the concerns of the communities. We started in 2019. I believe that during that time we visited Tuba City, we visited Shiprock, Tohajale, it was Rama. We also visited, I believe it was Ganado. We had several meetings throughout the Navajo Nation that we did hold. They weren't really hearings. It was just our chance to hear from the community members what their concerns were at that time. So we have set precedents to this. And Honorable Kialan Bigay is just asking that we hear the concerns from many farms. During 2019, we did not hear the concerns from many farms, but we did go to the Chinle chapter house where we also heard the concerns from the Chinle community as well. So again, we have done this before. We have done it in the past. It's really not an issue to go out and hear these concerns. I think what we just need to do is set the date. So with that, committee members, please take a look at your calendar. Honorable Otto so proposed the date. So if you could tell me if that works for you.
Oh, for Delegate James.
Okay, so with that, we do have a proposal that was provided to us by Honorable Vince James, and we have by Honorable Otto. So we have Honorable Vince James who said that he is good with the date. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Lorraine, just for clarification, can you send us out an email on the date that was selected? I believe time-wise, we can be there at 10 o'clock in the morning.
What's the date?
Lorraine, can you tell us what date was selected? It's a Tuesday.
The date, Mr. So, it's June 22nd, it's on a Tuesday. After the LOC meeting, which is on the 21st, it'll be kind of the next day, 22nd, 10 o'clock at Chinle Police Department. Thank you.
Motion to
So
adjourn.
with that, committee members, the date has been selected and the time. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward. There's a motion to adjourn made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second?
Oh, the case.
Second made by Honorable Eugene So. With that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote at this time to adjourn. Cheryl, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Otto So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent. Honorable Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, committee members, it is now 2:19. Law and Order Committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day and be safe out there.
Hello?